How you doing, Skirk? Much appreciated for the 30 bits. Hope you're doing well. Hiya, hiya. Back. Big stretch. And, right. Video games. How do I play them? I've completely forgotten. How do I play video games? I think I pushed that button. I think I'm doing side missions now. I amp my soup. Cool. Lots of that. Ew, why the fuck do I have this gun in my hands? Ew, disgusting. Oh, that's much better. There we go. Unironically stronger weapon. What do you have? Ooh, you're a beam tosser, and you're a kill drone. Yep, okie dokie. Right, what build am I doing? We've just gotten Demon Core. That's right, we've just gotten Demon Core. I haven't fired it off yet. Well, let's do that. Shoot something with Demon Core. I had a triple bypass. Junket. Amp shield. Different amp shield. Shield, rep kit. I can word. Right, level 36. Can't tell what level my main mission is because that's just not information that's in the video game anymore. What a game! Okay, I've done the Sludgemore mission. Done Gen 1. I don't have Leader Willem. Yeah, it's just around the corner, nice and easy. Enter the Electi. The average Borderlands player's moved beyond anger and just accepts that the game is shit. It's not that bad. Ooh, that's right. What's the DPS of this gun? Is it like 900? 900, but it's also got the extra barrel, which gives it more DPS, so... I'm looking for guns around the 1500 mark to replace it then. Hey Martin, how you doing? Hello, hello. Right, Demon Core. Yeah, kill things. Okay. I see. Because of the... automatically irradiating, it means that anything that survives, I just skeptic it back. So cool. That's very spammable. Amp shield. A new beam tosser. From 3,100 to 3,800 damage. I like those gains. Hey chefs, how you doing? Hello, hello. It's shit. Did it from a fisheye last night. No, funny with bounce pass. I want to like fisheye. I just find it too clunky. You spend too much time charging and then too much. Okay, that looked really weird, seeing the vendors through the window. Too much time charging and too much time reloading. There's like way too much downtime on that weapon. So you actually have to aim? Terrible. Disgusting. You'd only get it on the first shot, though, out of the 3. I'd rather just use an order sniper rifle. One bad ricochet group kill is now slow. Yeah, it's just a slow weapon, isn't it? Do I need field research anymore? Maybe, I mean, I can just go neutron capture. It's a bit boring, though. I don't want to go neutron capture. Contain and breach sucks. So maybe magnets. Hey, kitty, good to see you. Hello, hello. As a Gearbox insider, you simply must have the answers. Do we get bouncing patch along with the next pack drop? Keeps me up at night. Okay, so your first mistake was thinking that Gearbox or 2K especially are like aware of my existence. They've kind of just forgotten that I've existed since like Wonderlands came out. Randy is Lazy's uncle. Oh no. Ew, he's British. Throw him in the bin. Hey, Chrome. In the bin. What a weapon. Fucking British. Okay, worth doing that safe house now. Hey Joe, how you doing? At corporate boardrooms decide to pretend the theorycrafting community doesn't exist. Well, you see, we're a minority, so therefore our opinions are invalid. How is Demon Core versus Crash? Not terrible, actually. Can you shortcut up to the left here? Yes, you can. Kind of sucks that even in mobbing, Demon Core is just the best. There just really is no place for the others. Oh, hello. You always laugh to yourself when you say tosser, it just rolls off my tongue too well. Local advantage. Shattering light, more like shattering doo-doo garbage. You're goddamn right. I don't want to kill thrashers. Hey Bob the Builder, how you doing? There is a bubble here. I am going to kill the occupants of the bubble. It's Horus! Nice action skill damage. Green assault rifle. Oh, you can't. I mean, what are we doing? What are we doing? Green assault rifle doing that after the... I don't have neutron capture. That wasn't neutron capture. That was just simply green assault rifle. And still see someone playing Borderlands 4 and keeping it interesting. Hey, glad you're enjoying the content. I have plans for more. It's just kind of time to make more. But yes, I am enjoying this video game despite its issues. No! You can't! You'll destroy everything! Gearbox, and I want to see stickies more Borderlands games. I was a little disappointed that they brought stickies back because I do think it's never goes well, does it? Oh, it's TDO. I don't want TDO. I would like them to see. I would like to see them try something different with Torque. Yeah, Demon Core is just simply better. How good is this as a chuck weapon? I suppose I don't really have a baseline to compare it to, do I? What's the base projectile damage on an Aegon's Dream at level 50? To be honest, in order to compete with TD assault rifles, it'd probably have to be 1,000, and I'm going to guess it's not 1,000. Alright, chefs, have a good one. The thing is, Borderlands 3 Chaosin wasn't even like... It wasn't even Torque Stickies, was it? 700? Yeah, that's way off what it would need to be to compete with TDOs. TDO weapons, just funnily enough, have really good stats to be used as TDOs. Funny how that works. But yeah, they didn't let another manufacturer be better at TDO shocking than TDO weapons. They were careful about that. I always forget where this one is. I got a skill point. I can get Dirty Bomb. Kaboom! Yeah. It just kills things before you even detonate. Just allow Bob to TDO. Shooting, TDO shooting. Because there's supposed to be something here. TDO shooting, stacking with a bot effect, times 15 gun damage. I need a save quit. Have I broken the video game? It's been 20 minutes! Now that I have Dirty Bomb, I'm actually going to go back and attempt Shattering Light again. Well, that was a fucking mistake. So I didn't have anywhere near the level of power because Dirty Bomb guarantees dots, whereas Shattering Light does not. What enhancement am I using? Bullet Hose? Gun Mag? Yeah. I'm not going to beat that. That was so unnecessary. I'm sorry. I've just committed a crime. I guess something like the Revolter, alternative shoot fuel source might be pretty good. Why Revolter for that? Wouldn't you want something more like a Madcap? Or an Ironclad? Living in the green, Rafa. Are you doing grenades or arc knives? %100% shield 5 out of 5? I mean, it wouldn't matter either way. Oh, unless you meant like as a kind of like a pseudo shield break. I get you. I get you. Yeah, no, it's only 50. If you can get 10 out of 5 though. There's an idea there. Oh, you are doing arc knives. I considered when starting this playthrough, I was either going to do arc knives or this. And the thing that put me off arc knives was just like how jank it is. Especially versus more airborne targets. Bring back the Plus Ultra, let us drop caffeine. I'm gonna be honest, I don't think Plus Ultra is saving us from caffeine. Zipping still a thing? Yeah. The pistol with its glitch. I mean, glitches would be a bit, you know, defeating of the purpose. Little Eevee absolutely would, but like, there's glitch. Gun reload speed on prime potency. I'll take that. Red tree grenade build with scientist and dirty bomb. That's a funky idea. Kaboom! I love it when the water just explodes. Okay, so very realistic outside of the water. Very realistic, you know, like they exploded where you put the explosive devices. So that's cool, but like that pales into comparison to blowing up Sledge's safe house in BL1. Like, where's the aura? Oh, we got an enemy with health bar. Green assault rifle. Use a purple ripper shock grenade. What part's on the purple ripper shock grenade? I'm curious. That one was an internal cooldown. It begs for stellium. You see, I was just thinking a second ago when picking up that prime potency enhancement that the stellium gameplay is basically just Chroma Accelerator. Ooh, bubble. Icebox. Who will win? The pinnacle of Harlowe's scientific prowess. Or a green assault rifle. Green assault rifle, you failed me. Like Callus, for example. Callus is sick. I like Callus. It's gonna be a while before I find a new gun that beats this one. Unless this just gives me a radiation Lucian's flank. This does not give me a radiation Lucian's flank. Ooh, purple blood off. Is that better than what I'm running now? Ooh, I hope they fix that menu, it's so buggy. Lingering alchemic ornament. Oh, and it's shock. So lingering shock is like Tesla's, right? It's just like a Tesla grenade. Okay, that sounds fun. Is the scientist class mod the one where when you shock, you irradiate? Yes, it is. Let's see. Hi, Simplify. How you doing? Hello, hello. How you doing? Functional video game moment? I think it's a functional video game moment. Okay. I haven't touched Borderlands 4 since the start of December. Oh, welcome back. We have a raid boss now. No nonsense like Eka. Does it have an internal cooldown? Combo. Surprised they didn't put a boost pad or something here to make this jump easier. It's not a difficult jump like, but definitely doesn't look doable. Fuck you! Is the vault card right now the same as in BL3? Functionality-wise, yeah. Yeah, for the most part. The main difference is that the challenges no longer... So, okay. We don't have the chests anymore. Instead, now when you level up, you get two tickets, essentially 2 keys. We don't have the chests anymore. And when doing the daily challenges, it gives you keys, or tickets, instead of Iridium. So the challenges are actually to do with the card. And this means that the most optimal way to max out your card is to do the challenges, whereas before it didn't really matter. Like, the challenges didn't actually help you level up your card. Now it's pretty direct. So if you want tickets, do your daily challenges, which also means the more characters that you have, the more characters you can do challenges on. So it means that if you've got enough characters, you can essentially max out your card within 1 day. Very boring to do so, but it's a thing you can do. Only 749. Yeah, I've not really been focusing and grinding. When do you get random XP when mobbing and bossing? No, that's just giving you... That's just like occasional updates. It'll just like update you on what level you're on. You're getting XP all the time. It's just... It's not showing you the bar all the time. Level 210. Yes. Oh, you can't do it quickly in this game. It'll be slow. Wait for the animation. No funny scroll wheel nonsense. $22,000 for a gun that costs 74. Thank you. Why are my bullets going over there? There's a turret. Like... Harlowe, that's not your turret to destroy. It's also dog shit. Right, you don't need to say that to its face, Jesus. You managed to miss Radix with this gun? I believe it. Radix has got like an awkward... God, it's... This I've got a bad roll on this, damn. What does the cold shoulder even do? It fires homing missiles. The problem is the homing missiles aren't very, homing. Or rather, they, like, try too hard and end up just missing because they're trying too hard. It's not like you can just, oh, I'll just shoot at the enemy then and pretend it's not a homing weapon. No, it'll still find a way to miss. Like your goat, the auto aim. Oh yes, the gun that aimed for center mass, so even if you aim for the head, it would just divert to the body. Okay, if that wasn't a great showcase on how the first half of that match just didn't do anything. Hey Zoran, how you doing? Annoyingly, YouTube has decided it doesn't like you. 1 second. I can't actually see your messages. There we go. Hi Blanket, hello hello. YouTube didn't like you either. Just like decides to hide people's messages. I'm like, well, I want to see the messages though. Farming up super soldiers. Good luck. You want to be a bugbear enjoyer? But the gun's passive is just rough. Yeah, the gun's passive is just kind of like, you just got to accept that there's just going to be a passive and not something you really play around. Because trying to play around that is just awkward. What about Twitch? Does it like us? I mean, I don't think YouTube likes Twitch. Considering it tries to, like, censor anytime you link to it. Want Oscar Mike? Do you, though? Because you spend just as much time at, like, a high bonus as you do a low bonus. I would say you'd actually rather want high caliber 3 at least, so you get the piercing, so you can hit enemies twice and double your DPS. It is a gun that is primed for high caliber 3. And then I suppose you can do Austin Mike too. You can do it faster. That's not how maths works. Still works out to the same. I like the look of the impalers, they look cool. Is that a javelin rolled Lucians? It is. Come out, Willem. Although Willem still hangs on Arcade even after you kill him, does he? I mean, dude's still got a job to do, you know? He's got to keep the machines running. Willem was still in the room when you got there. Yeah, I've had that. He's just chilling up here. Do I like Harry Potter? No. I have never cared for Harry Potter. And especially don't intend to try anymore. I am millennial. No. I am Anzuma. Just about. And he came and revived. That's great. Okay, so we can also spec Wasted. The name of the skill is not because of that's what the skill does, but more of what the skill point is if you spec into it. Wasted. Right, I've got 12 points, so I can go for cue ball. But these two skills kind of suck. If I go for cue ball, I only get like 2 or 3 points of Make Extraordinary, and that's quite boring. The fact that that has to stack up, though, is kind of awkward. There's a bit of green. Green's boring. You know, buy Borderlands 4 next week? Yeah, nice. Hope you enjoy it. Obviously, the play here is to go momentum into neutron decay into confirmative reality. That's boring! Then again, action at a distance here could be quite good with how I'm playing. See, periodic table flip gives me a status chance. Only 4% though. What's the red tree perk that does that? Oh, fuzzy math. That's 10%. Jesus. Speaking of Lazy's birthday. Happy birthday. Do the cryo stuff because nothing resists cryo. Nothing resists cryo. X to doubt? Extra status and LE bonus. Periodic table flip. It's just such a... The problem with periodic table flip is it's 4% per point. Name more than 30 mobs that resist cryo. Cold-Hearted Mangler Jr. Cold-Hearted Mangler. Cold-Hearted Mangler Senior. Cold-Hearted Badass Mangler. Cold-Hearted... I've tried Jet Setter. What makes it good? It just like because it hits a ton of times. It just has very high DPS. No fancy nonsense. Just very high DPS. So that'll be the best purple for bossing. Legendary for bossing, sorry. Jesus now. I mean, I could start listing off every single enemy in the game that can roll with a shield. That would do it. Did I try it in Trooper? It's my favorite bossing heavy weapon for Trooper, so yeah. It might struggle versus like some airborne targets, but beyond that, it's fine. Like Bloom Reaper, Jet Setter melts right through it. Elemental Eater is a thing as well. God, I hate how Blue Tree is just the best here. Fucking sucks. Blue Tree, Green Tree is just the best here. Yeah, I had a look in my bank and I found a 1400 as well. I think it's 1411. Well, Augment Capstone are looking to build around right now. Right now, I'm doing Field Research Demon Core just because it's the most spammable I can make it right now. But can I remind you some ways in the game to get bonus cryo? Well, the big one's going to be Berserk. The Amon skill. There's a bunch of skills in Harlowe, Blue Tree especially, triple point. So you've got Unstable Isotope, you've got triple point, freeze frame. There's some cryo bonus elements. I don't... Yeah, there isn't one there. Like Stealth Archer. I've done one Skyrim playthrough. And I did not touch a bow. Besides Amon? Well, I just showed 3 different skills on Harlowe, so... Harlowe. I'm trying to think if Vex has some. If she does, it'd be in red left branch, but like even Icy Attunement doesn't give you a cryo bonus element, so. I mean, the RNG skill, Prismatic Weaponry. Technically, Prismatic Weaponry can give you a cryo bonus element. Oh yeah, the Community Challenge skin. I didn't redeem that, thank you. We did it. We did the revives. People played Borderlands 4 co-op. I always enter from there, don't I? And go backwards and go into the exit. The first time I'm actually walking through the front door. What does Make Extraordinary look like? It's that one. Okay. I like Harlowe so far. I mean, this isn't my first Harlowe, this is my second Harlowe that I've leveled. I enjoy Harlowe. She's a bit limited in options though, but what she does is satisfying. Forgot where the ball is. Oops. Our efficiency stuff other than Harlowe. Pretty sure Amon does. In Blue Tree. There's the ball. I tried Blue Tree too. Yeah, my first Harlowe playthrough was with Blue Tree. I have a Blue Tree spec, it's Blue Tree, so it sucks. There's unfortunately no real saving that. You didn't think they'd be able to do it this late in the game? Remember that Gearbox already have the numbers for how much people are doing things in-game. They're not going to set a target like that blind. So they, for example, would have very easily looked at how many revives the community got the previous weekend, went, okay, we'll do that plus like 20%, and then send it out as a challenge. They wouldn't pick a number out of the blue and go, yeah, that's probably about right. No, they already know how many revives players were getting in a weekend. Rad Ellie Eater. That's awkward. Eat green assault rifle. You mean a blue action skill? I mean, the answer stays the same. I have a blue tree spec with a blue action skill, and it clears just fine at true UVH6. The issue is that just fine still puts it far behind anything red and green do. Blue just doesn't have the numbers. Can you make a build that does true UVH6 with 0 point? Yes. Doesn't make it any less shit. And trying to defend it just means that it's less likely gonna get a much needed buff. Do not defend Blueberry. It is one of the first action skills they've ever made that physically doesn't work in a boss fight. Do not defend it. This franchise has been a thing for 17 years. Gonna do literally nothing. Yeah, the literally nothing aspect really sucks. Like, you've got these augments here that could have been made to function in a boss fight, but they chose not to. The full slogan for everything. Looks cool. Doesn't work. I don't have cue ball. Wanted to use cue ball for this fight. Which shield am I using? Just a random high-capacity armor piece. Furnace or a Viking, got a bunch from this week, haven't played aim on it all that. Not how it works. So Viking, you're going to want, I believe it's Fist of Stone. That is the reason that that class mod exists. Just as many Fist of Stone points as you can. And then a passive that benefits what you're doing. In terms of a Furnace, you've got a couple of options. If you're doing, you know, a Dragon's Breath gun loadout, you're going to want as many points in Dragon's Breath. And then with, like, gun damage or something. And then if you're doing more skill stuff, then you'll want as many points into Raging Inferno, and then with either skill critical hit chance or melee critical hit chance. Or your generic, you know, like action skill damage bonuses and whatnot. But I like crit chance. Movement speed is never a bad option. Fire rate if you're doing guns, but if you're doing Dragon's Breath, you probably don't care for fire rate too much. Technically a new bear shield, but... Does Forge drones suck? Forge drones suck on unfathomable ways. Like, it's kind of impressive. He's gonna stand up there, bud. Come on. Do your silly flying around thing. I forgot, of course, it has the radiation conversion. There's neutron capture, I forgot about that. What level is my green assault rifle? 33. You're so vain! Pretty good battle. Ah, covered in blood. I wanted to work for one reason. Not only was I using Forge drones for leveling up aiming, but also because even before killing Barlicti, you got a blacksmith mod out of a red chest from Lictor's Fortress. The original crit knife was the only thing keeping it to work, though, so I sought toward an insane aiming. And the thing is with that, on the original crit knife, the original crit knife was just crit chance. You can still hit full crit chance without the knife. Like, you can still go back to what it was. The problem is it's still just not very good. Like, you can make the forged drone hammers, you know, start killing basic mobs, but when basic mobs is the peak, it's just, you know, my assault rifle can kill basic mobs in 1 or 2 shots. Right, we've done some side stuff now. We've done 3 entire questions. So therefore, we shouldn't see a single overleveled enemy in Dominion. Could have used actual grenades. Then you'd have done had to do some workarounds. And the thing is you might not have had skillcraft back then. You might not have had critical hit chance on your class mod. So that's 20% right there. Says what's in overleveled enemy Dominion, instantly yellow number. Yeah. Don't the drones not get crit soup? I believe it. I believe that is a thing. I didn't even kill it. No crit bonuses? That's so funny. So it's 3 questions. What else to prevent overleveling? Goat sacrifice. Red! Like what? There's no point! There really is just no point. Nice one, me. Doing pure Chroma? Chroma for damage, yeah. Level to 50, that'll fix the problem. Yeah, the whole leveling system in this game does need an overhaul. It's just an active downgrade to playing the video game. Never skipping cutscenes again. Like, doing about 2 hours worth of side questing there would have just been better to just deal with being underleveled and crawl through the fights. Holy incoming damage. God. Too many deaths. Way too much incoming damage. Yeah. You do 2 hours of side quests, you're still underleveled. Like, what do you do? Not a fun system at all. We're doing everything possible before we entered the menu, still at level 41 when you went in, still red, yellow enemies, yeah. Just like, you will be underleveled. And you will not enjoy it. Ooh. You're frustrating, because you look fun to use, but you aren't elemental. Oof, that charge speed though. Difficulty Dominion. The frustrating thing about that is this only applies to just Dominion. It does not apply to the final mission in the game. And I'd say if there's anywhere that should be over-leveled just for the purpose of difficulty, it's the final mission in the game. But that is actually always going to be on level to the player. I believe you could, theoretically, if you went in there as like a level 2, it would be level 2. Strange in a game that scales to your level. So I don't mind if it's like hand-picked area and selectively done, but that's not how Borderlands works. BL4 just kind of does it on vibes. Level 30 characters are particularly egregious. Like, you've beaten the game. You've beaten the game to unlock the mode. Like, and the mode starts you post-campaign. It shouldn't exist post-campaign at all. It was like, hey, do side stuff to progress. Progress what? I've done the progression! Do the safe houses. Most of the safe houses surrounded by overleveled enemies. I also don't believe safe houses actually affect the infamy system at all anyway. Is there a way to, like, mute the sounds with the Twitch ads? You could try looking for, like, a browser extension that does it automatically. But otherwise, I do not know. I'm walking to a bunker with the infinite ordnance aim. I'm thinking the mobs felt extra tanky before realizing they had a question mark for that level. A big frustrating thing is there's no feedback to the player what level varying areas are. Like, if I hover over Fade's district, it doesn't tell me its current level. If I go to my missions, it doesn't tell me what Plan Z is. The hard thing, that is a preset thing, regardless of level. They just assign that to how difficult they felt a mission was. That's got nothing to do with level. Like in previous games. But there's no indication what level content it is. You just have to look. And of course, every pocket of enemies is different. Now, I know a lot of RPGs don't, but a lot of RPGs also don't, you know, have your current level in giant, bright numbers in the bottom of the screen, or have giant numbers above every enemy's heads with their levels, so... If you're making it a part of the game, make it a part of the game! Alright, we can do some bounties here, because that's always fun gameplay. Assault Rifle Ragoon. Easiest bounty in the world, level 39. Should get rid of the immediate red bars. No photo mode? Grave Thirst is the only skill to look for in a Teen Witch. The only one that, like, makes an actual difference. Like, Conjunction and Corporeal are both decent, but it is just like 6% suit per point. So, in order of importance, Grave Thirst is the most important, up to all 5 points. Then, you want a good passive. And only after do you have 5 in Grave Thirst and a good passive do you then start caring about the other skill points. $8K capacity shield. I don't have many good firmwares. What do we consider a good passive? Depends what you're doing. I mean, if it's just standard kill skill gun vex, you've got a whole host of options. You've got weapon type percentage if you're using a certain gun. You've got fire rate, that's always going to be good. Better than soup. Gun crit chance, gun crit damage. Movement speed. Yeah, I like gun crit chance. Yeah, I like gun crit chance a lot. That's what I run. I had 4 vaults on one continent. If they tied it a little bit better story-wise, so I'm not sure if they actually say this or not. They could have said that all 4 of the vaults are a part of one superstructure, like holding the power of the main vault to keep it extra secure. That would have been a good explainer of that. I think the vaults are just kind of there to be gamey stuff. How did Ripper guns make it into vaults? How do Marcus vending machines make it into vaults? Come on. Because they're just there. In the Timekeeper make the vaults and that there is experiments. If that is mentioned somewhere, then that is... there you go. They are some of the Timekeeper's toys. BRB, going back to Borderlands 1 and telling people that TK is actually the Timekeeper before he became an Eldritch god. That was so unnecessary. We're gonna shoot and loot, except we're level 1 arrive with no guns. Maybe they're confiscated. I'm pretty sure they have, like, weaponry in the opening cutscene because they're fighting off the Order. But they eventually get overwhelmed. Or at least they're fighting with, like, their signature kit. That's a good shield. 0.6 second delay on it as well. The shields got so fast in this game. That one's 0.6 as well. Is Grenade Zerk any good on Rafa? Obviously build dependent, but it's probably his second best class mod. Because on builds that call for the Grenazerker, it's actually better to use it versus Dancer. Which is often not the case, or almost always not the case. Best rolls of Bio-Robot. You'll want 3 in sustained reaction, if you can. And then I guess like feedback loop after for a little bit of action skill damage. And then just generic passives, you know, gun damage, movement speed, fire rate, yada yada yada. The sustained reaction is why you use Bio-Robot. It's not a very good class mod. Otherwise. Ooh, red. I did like no damage. Green assault rifle. Still going strong. First time I've done this mission without a spread launcher in a while. There's still time. I've had one from the tanks, or the enemies by the tanks, just outside of the timekeeper's door, so still time. I love how you always have some random green or blue gun with one specific trait. Can't look over them. Sometimes they've got something good going on. I leveled up everything. Everything just synced up. I'm cheating. I'm in the inventory despite being airborne. Now we go for a little ride. How'd the others go? Just left his bud. How does one achieve consistency in killing radix? You kinda don't. Unless you've got something that like has just an abundance of damage, like a spread launcher or a Torg sticky spam. His crit spot's like on his chin, so like when you start the fight, you kind of slide up close and aim up at his chin and do like trying to front load your damage into that small window that you get when he's doing that opening attack. Decent enough Chaosin. Yeah, Chaosin's pretty dated. It's decent because it's benefiting from a sticky glitch. So, because Chaosin has got Atlas tracking. At the start of your fight, kind of like if this is Radix, get that Torgue sticky grenade onto his chin. Okay, that helped. Heck yeah. Still need to farm good oh my god. Thankfully there isn't a lot of variance to that weapon. There is in Dark Beast though. Not too bad, mind, compared to a lot of other weapons. Yeah, Ripper's the only one. I've been playing around with Oh My God because it's one of Vex's best clearing guns in the game. Which is kind of sad, but is how it is. I don't like the Ripper part on it, but if you're doing an activity where you can just hold the trigger down forever and the spawns are plentiful enough, then it's fine. Otherwise, I prefer non-Ripper. You don't like the concept of the gun, but it does do crazy damage? I think it's an interesting concept enough. As a unique kind of like way of building around it. If that way of building around it didn't just perfectly overlap with the always on amp playstyle that this game is. That kind of ruins it. You don't like Demon Core because it doesn't feel any different from base Chroma? That's fair. It is just like the same but better. Hasn't actually changed the action skill at all. But I think it's nice to have at least one capstone like that, because you'd end up with a case of potentially having a capstone unlocked, but it being better to not use it, and I think that is a loss. I don't think there should be a possibility that all 3 capstones are a strict downgrade, which, if you're just doing Chroma Accelerator neutron capture stuff, would be the case. You know, if without Demon Core, you just wouldn't run a capstone. Jacob's Tall Goremaster, very nice, shiny, shiny. Glad we got the Valentine's Day cosmetic. I don't think there's any actual chance we lose those. I remember there was one challenge in Borderlands 3 which we just did not hit, and then we suddenly got a huge influx of completions like over one night. It's like, oh, we did it! It's like, oh yeah, we did it. I think it was takedowns or something. We were just like way off, and then suddenly. I think Void Star works versus bosses. Probably not. I'd imagine that's been tested. Sniper kills. Sniper kills sounds like a silly one because like bonus elements would steal those. Short fuse would steal those. Like indiscriminate would steal those. Void Star definitely did not. Thank you, Green Assault Rifle, very code. Very cool. Is there a code for Valentine's Day? Yeah, it was posted earlier. What is happening? Why is my game weird? Why is it flickering? Oh, that's just cheating. Wow. Uncool, dude. You want to do it again? I didn't realize that was fire. Like I should be going up. Any rules of Ruby's Grasp worth keeping? Ruby's Grasp is overall probably the best mobbing weapon in the game. You want one with like as big as a mag and damage as you can get that doesn't have Ripper or CRV. Torg mag is good, like Torg Impact. Jacobs is irrelevant for it and just kind of eats a potential slot. If it even rolls Jacobs.
So... But for the Volta...
COV mag on TDO has to be a troll. I don't know why. Yeah, there's no reason to shoot Ruby's Grasp. It doesn't do anything for that. Just a meh gun. It is a chuck weapon. Jacobs just eats a potential stat booster. Worst fight in the game incoming? RJ is a better fight than Timekeeper 2. Okay, this is just a troll. Stop teleporting. You sure it's better? Yes. He doesn't have random moments of invincibility, and he doesn't have an immunity phase where he stands there doing nothing with high damage reduction. He's a better fight. Timekeeper 2 has, like, actively negative qualities. This fight It does have the super teleport. So does Timekeeper 2. The difference is Timekeeper 2 wastes time bouncing around, being invincible. I would expect a Siren based on Lilith's powers to have teleportation. That makes sense. Timekeeper shrinking into a small triangle the size of my fist and going boing, 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 boing. But that doesn't do it. No. Stop that. And then Timekeeper 2's immunity phase, where he goes up in the air and then does nothing for an entire minute with very high damage reduction. Yeah, nah. Nah. At least Borderlands 1's Destroyer just kind of stood there and took it. And didn't have any, like, actively bad parts of the fight. Why can't I stand on the giant thing? Worst possible Teen Witch ever. What's great is the worst possible Teen Witch is still orders of magnitude better than any other Vex class mod. Legendary. You've got a Grave Thirst point, and you're gonna say, like, worst ever? Nah, get out of here. You have a Grave Thirst point. Timekeeper not having any time-related powers. Of course not. Who do you think we are? You thought it had to roll with a grave? Nope. Big bomb, the big kaboom. Anything tomorrow than a weekly reset? I would expect just a weekly reset because we've got a big patch and a DLC next week. Dope jump, mad skills, 100% worth it. I didn't even see you there. Where did you jump from? Did you jump from there? That's impressive. That is mad skills. Like, making that jump? Like, nah. You must have been a Vault Hunter. I'd probably struggle to make it here. Maybe with enough of a run-up. Why, he kind of look like Troy. He do be having the haircut. Go buff dancer next. Ruby's Grass buff, Dark Beast buff, Teen Witch buff, Wombo Combo buff. Is DLC free for the Deluxe Edition? I think so. Don't quote me though. Minor weapon buffs. I'd love to see skill buffs before weapon buffs, because when it comes to guns, especially legendaries, the majority of legendaries are in a usable state. There's like a few that aren't. Skills, however, it's the other way around. Action skills in this game literally just exist to give you buffs to your guns. Outside of Amon, you can't really... Jacob's Wombo is coming. They'll give Goalkeeper Ripper, they'll give Wombo Combo Jacobs. What's in the vendor? Oh yeah, I've got... Okay. That's my second one of these 7 senses with this roll. The first one was a shiny. Right, that one. Kind of want to buy this one. Then why it's so good. It's 7 cents with like the most sought after parts. 7 cents is already like one of the best guns in the game, and then your Dado shotgun on it, which is like the most sought after part for the 7 cents. And then it's got COV. Now COV is unique because when you have Daedalus shotgun or a gun that consumes more than 1 ammo per shot, COV essentially doubles your mag size. Because COV shots to break does not care about ammo per shot. It shots to break. So this consumes 2 ammo per shot, but it still retains a normal mag size in terms of how many times I can shoot it before it reloads. So that is a very good gun. And to get that roll, this roll to drop, you have to farm... Who's it faced thousands of times. And that's just for the license parts, not even including the parts that affect stats. You either get it or you don't. You either get it or you don't. Do you think the big rocket inherits sticky? Is there reliable? Not super reliable, no. There's some that exist, but they don't have like perfect like checks to make sure what you're making is legal. Triple license parts, like triple TDO. That's not how... No. You can't get, like... No. Like, take TDO, for example. You've got... On a TDO gun, the TDO is the reload. You can't have 3 different TDO reloads. You can only have 1. Because otherwise they just conflict. I mean, Hyperion, you can roll both a gun shield and a grip, because those go into different parts. So you could with Hyperion. But the others are pretty... replicator homing shooting. Well, that's not... That's just one part. Replicator homing shooting is a part. I think you lose a bit of damage because it's homing versus just normal shooting. But I'm pretty sure homing shooting is a part. Because a way to tell, is it on one... Does it have one icon or not? So this one, that's just one TDR icon. So therefore, it's a part that exists. If somebody added in more parts to the weapon in a save editor, it would create a new line. I'd have TDR licensed parts accessory, javelin, and then below that I'd have a new box that goes TDR licensed accessory, homing, or something. But if it's just on one line, that's just a part that exists in the game that it'll roll with. I am pretty sure that is legit. Talk to Lilith. I don't want to talk to Lilith. I want to be free. You just want to add iridium? Oh yeah, you can do that one very easily. Want freedom to stare at Lilith's hair for a bit? Is there a cap on iridium and money? 2.1 something billion. 2.4 something billion. One of the two. Careful with money though. Because money, at least in previous games, could roll round. Back to zero. Not like it matters, but obviously weren't using it. Did they go higher than that in this game? Did they make it 64? Say it ain't so. A Vile Bounty is the only good way to level to 50? You've got co-op, what's it called? Drill sites. But Vile Bounties are the best way. I hope they add, like, just more XP from things when they do the level cap, because... Ew. Like, just like a bounty's worth of XP for doing a safe house or a drill site for the first time or a crawler for the first time, you know? Something like that, you know? More of those one-time rewards would go a long way. The cap is still 2 point. This is a new zone. This is a base game. Back pay as the XP if it gets added? That's not necessary. I'll take it, but... Because, like, how would they know what level you took things at? Because obviously when you complete things, you get varying amounts of XP based on what level you are. Also, fixed scaling of challenges. So completing challenges gives you XP, but it's the base amount. They don't have the level scaling attached to it. What do you think of fire rate passive on Teen Witch? If using a gun that like properly benefits of fire rate, probably best in slot. Just like mathematically. A lot of work for his gun. Like the tracking like isn't really needed. Just adding XP for completing things should be easier. You get a 5 Grave Thirst with fire rate. Very nice. Yeah, that'll do. Trying to replace that, even with a level cap, will be very difficult. Huh? Alright. Shot her and she teleported. Yeah, to replace that, you would just need to get the same again. Is it down to a scaling through? What did Gearbox move on to? Most of the team will be working on the major DLC. Which is different to, like, the live stuff. The live week-to-week stuff. So you'll have people doing the live week-to-week stuff and, like, fixing bugs and whatnot. And adding quality of life. And then the main team will be doing Mad Ellie's and the Vault of the Damned. Is there any uses for Avatar? No. You have to create a worse build to get an effect that's worse than other class mods. When I say other class mods, I mean Teen Witch. It's like 20% soup per... per achievement. Getting the last 3 bounty packs back to back to back. Yeah, I expected them to be staggered out a bit more. I know Ellie's DLC should be finished. Still a month out. I mean, mostly finished, absolutely. Otherwise... But yeah, they've got a lot in this roadmap over the next few months, so they've got a lot to do. They are busy. Public coil usable? Usable, yes. Nice to use? No. Sweet Embrace. Sweet Embrace is very good, especially once you start getting some accuracy bonuses on it. A purple Torg did a lot of damage. I'm abusing a glitch. The glitch is the gun itself. So you see how it says the word sticky? But within the same, bit, it's also got like a ×6. That is telling you that this weapon fires Torg stickies that ramps up its damage the more stickies that it places. And that times means it fires multiple projectiles. Those 2 things are the only 2 things you need. Because they broke the formula for Torg stickies in this game. Which means every single gun that has torque stickies and multiple projectiles are getting a much higher torque mult than they should. Does it have a chance to explode 6 times? Yes, but that's kind of obvious because it's 6 pellets. That's normal. When you shoot 6 times, I would hope to get 6 hits. The accuracy bonus is effect sweet embrace. I hope so. I haven't tested. Thank you for testing. All aim-on action skills remove anti-stack. So yes, didn't you tell me last week? Somebody told me last week. Yes. Sucks. Hey dudes, how you doing? You got 2+5 Timoroi dancers without Soltado. Arr. Top Quang Mass, shoot 6 times, get 3 hits. I mean each bullet or each sticky. Yeah, so basically each sticky is getting the entire shot's worth of pellets. Never seen that underbarrel. You've also got this one. So this one's normal shotgun, but it's on a sticky weapon. So that one also gets sticky. So it also does it with this one as well. Also, just do it if you've got like a Balor with torque stickies. Hi, Lemmy. You lived earlier. Now you're dead. A bug so buggy it makes TK's competitive to the bod. Bod gets the bug anyway! That would make Sticky Shrapnel Cannon busted? Yes, and believe it or not, Sticky Shrapnel Cannon is, ludicrously powerful. Sticky Shrapnel Cannon was good before the bug was introduced. You've got a Hellfire with it? Excellent. Highest DBSL Walker? I think I've seen up to like 11. Just 11. 11.3. Whoa, we're getting to decimals. Honestly, Hellwalker, I sacrifice a little bit of DPS if it means getting a chunk of accuracy. I've seen the accuracy swing on the Hellwalker be quite high. Q-Ball looks satisfying. This isn't Q-Ball. This is Demon Core. Okay, so the main reason why Demon Core is being so good is A, because the darts that fly off are actually good. But it's got the automatic irradiation. That has been a lifesaver for Dirty Bomb and Skeptic. Getting the action skill back quickly, so this Demon Core is actually, it's doing a lot. Which is a shame. Honestly, they should make all the capstones do guaranteed rad dots. When Torg shotguns with Sticky's mode broken on launch? Yes, but not because of a bug, because they were overtuned. Right now, they are broken because they're of a bug. They have the damage formula for Stickies written out in the code to how to calculate the percentage, which lines up with the percentage that it shows on the item cards. However, in-game, it's not using it correctly, and you're getting a much larger sticky molt than what the card says, than what the damage formula says in the code. You're just getting much bigger numbers because bug. So when you're using a TK's Wave or a bod, and it says like 3% per sticky, it's actually 16. Doesn't say 16, but it is 16. Do you ever play DRG? I don't even know what a DRG is. Buggerlands? Borderlands. But yeah, the BL3 launch stickies, they were overtuned. And then you had your two main sources of infinite ammo. Leave No Trace and some for the road. That really just took them to another level. They saw that and went, yeah, that was fine. And then made the entirety of Borderlands 4 be about infinite ammo. With the same Torque Sticky system. Are they aware? I hope they're aware. Thing is, they weren't always like this. This bug was introduced in November. They fixed one bug with Torque Stickies, and then introduced another far more overpowered bug with Torque Stickies. Well, sort of. They fixed a couple of bugs with Torque Stickies. Good enhancement. Oi, buddy. Ralph makes everything a cakewalk. Upgrade to metal management. It's 2 seconds instead of 8. Means you have to wait as long. You only need the 2 seconds. Is there an angle with Chroma Accelerator and Gamma Ray Burst? Oh, I think so. Yeah, too many required skill points, and I don't really see what that does for you. That shot fired from her gun, so that wouldn't even apply to to Chroma Accelerator. Neutron capture wants fire rate. I don't even really see what that does for you. That is a very skill point hungry. Chroma for the re-trigger. If you want re-triggers, Chroma's the worst action skill for it. You get 1. If you want re-triggers, 0 point exists. So does group study! If you want re-triggers, just use that! Because with Chroma re-trigger, you'd have to activate the action skill, then you would need to manually detonate the action skill, and not accidentally shove it into a bit of scenery. Whereas group study, you just push the button, just do it off of cooldown. Just do it every 3-4 seconds. Click. 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 And you get a ton of bonuses as well. Are all the capstones in Red Tree viable? Stretching the definition of the word viable, yes. Don't expect anything in a boss fight, though. I need to go kill some creeps. Quickest source of creeps. You. They really need to buff capstones? They do. This is why I always say, like, I would much rather we get buffs for skills before buffs for weapons. Because, on the whole, weapons you can at least, like, get by with. A lot of the capstones are either just shit, or actively worse than not using it. Like, you select it and you get a downgrade. While I'm here, I may as well do that order bunker. Is ground state viable? Hold. Still working on names. Ground state. Which one's ground state? Is bigger Encore shiny rate better? Yeah, it is now. Wrong button, wrong button, wrong button! Barlow times 10 pellets of Jacobs. Is that the pinnacle of the sticky bug? Yeah, basically. You've got Anarchy, which goes to times 12. And just like TDO shotguns. You've also got TK's Wave, which is a Balor that hits harder. And you've got Bod, which has its own bugs. But yeah, Balor is very good. Oh, it's the terrible blue tree capstone. I knew I recognized the name and omitted it from my brain. No, this is one of the worst capstones in the game. This is an example of a capstone making your action skill worse. Don't use ground state. It is worse than not using a capstone. 1. Red, I've beaten the game! What do you want me to do? I came through here 20 levels ago! What more do you want from me? YouTube chat keeps eating your messages. Regarding the retrigger, you can spam the retrigger cue ball much faster than 0 point. Especially group study. What do you mean by especially group study? Group study's faster than 0 point. And cue ball's alright for spamming retriggers, but here's the thing, right? If you're spamming retriggers with cue ball, you can go all the way down here through this terrible branch to a terrible capstone, or you can go down one of the strongest skill trees ever in Borderlands and get this amazing capstone. That's already in the same place as Gamma Ray Burst. Group study is just every few seconds. So it's not that much worse than cue ball. And you've got all of this to enjoy, rather than 20-something skill points to get to here. Funny, bouncy ball, but this is a group study world. I think I just broke a Geneva Convention with the amount of power I use against that single enemy. $14 fire damage dot go. See, cue balls an action skill compared to click button get stronger. Yes, which is why we need a big, wide sweeping buff to action skills in this game. Because all action skills are used for a click button get stronger. Does airstrike splash rays work that to skills? That one I'm not too sure on. Has mixologist always given your secondary element to peacebreaker cannons? Yes, it is the primary way people are using cannons to clear in endgame content. Which it with lightning, bottle lightning, and tasers. That I believe. Kind of sounds like a Bloodshot. Hey, DLC drop, or sooner. Give some skill buffs with Stone Demon. I think Stone Demon will have some character changes so they can fix anything before Cash comes out. You seem very hopeful. That sounds an awful lot like Copium to me. Stone Demon gonna break shit. Not really sure why I'm investing in crit chance. It's cool, but I should just go green tree. Randy's gonna show his Stone Demon. Terrifying. How many class mods we get with Vault of the Damned? Hoping it's 2 per character. That'd be a lot of class mods for 1 bounty pack. Remember, we're getting 4 more bounty packs coming. That'll be a lot of class mods. I don't expect any with Stone Demon. I would like at least 1 with Mad Ellie's, though. But, like, why new legendary class mods? We barely have more than 1 usable one per character as it sounds. Like, we've got plenty of class mods in the game that need addressing first. Vault of the Damned is DLC, lazy. Have I missed something? Because why would I expect it not to be? However, I did misread Stone Demon with Vault of the Damned. I got those 2 mixed up. They're both DLC. That wasn't the confusion, Jack. The confusion was I just read Stone Demon because it moved up. Isn't a bounty pack? Yeah, I know. They're both DLC, but I read in Stone Demon, not in Vault of the Damned. Bullshit versus New Rogue and shit. Just add in more useless class mods that nobody will use. Because that's what will happen with Rafa. And it won't be anything to do with the class mods themselves, it'll just be because Dancer's that broken. You think Aemon's got the most amount of usable legendary class mods? Yeah, you could argue Harlowe as well. But Aemon's are better, so who's winning? Harlowe legendary class mods are... They're very just like, here's a bit of utility. There isn't much damage in Harlowe class mods. Whereas there is with Aemon ones. Rafa has 2 class mods, and Vex kind of has 2 as well. You like Misery Chord? I wish that the effect of the Misery Chord was affected by the skill that the Misery Chord boosts, because that would make sense. I'll just fit into Excited State slot. Yeah, basically. I'd see more of it as confirmative reality. Depends on the class mod, really. Like, the only reason I'm using Skeptic right now is for inbuilt confirmative reality, with shooting enemies with an active status effect restores cooldown. Like, that's literally just confirmative reality. But status effect instead of entangle. Feel 3 in a good balanced state. Obviously not perfect, and many people will be quick to point that out. But here's the thing with Borderlands 3, is you can look at something and go, this is cool, I want to make a build around this, and actually be able to do so. Like Spike Shield, that's cool. Can I make a build around this? Yes. Reflect Shield, that's cool. Can I make a build around this? Yes. Oh, grenades are fun. Can I do grenade spam builds? Yes. I'm really enjoying this action skill. Can I make a build around it that kills enemies? Yes. Like, the irredeemable action skills of Borderlands 3 is basically just Grav Snare and Downfall, which is an augment. All the others, like, that do damage can be used for damage in Mayhem 10. And, like, items like shield effects, artifact effects, like slams. Like, you do ground slam stuff. Great. It's in the game, you can make a build around it. Bale 3 was very good. You can make punching builds, you can make fake melee, you can make ground slams, reflect, spike shields, nova shields, guns, grenades, action skills. None of it is off limits. What do you mean gravity snare is bad? Sorry, you had to find out this way. Anyone who used Grav Snare and liked it, could you do what you were doing without it? Yes or no? I'm gonna say the answer was yes. So many badasses. Some of the enhancements had cool effects that weren't all gun slot. Enhancements was one of the biggest downgrades. No, because no other flak skill healed the enemy. Certified Grav Snare classic. You know what's great, Cosmic? I raise you. Rack attack, action skill start, anoint on Mox's Embrace. Get dunked. I love my broken Borderlands 3. My gun is falling behind really bad. I'm starting to potentially see a bit of a benefit to carry the one on this build. A chance to entangle another enemy every time you entangle somebody. Merciless or Overflow on the knife? Overflow, surely. Rack Attack Grenade Class one was some of the most fun in Borderlands. So good. They had brilliant ideas in Borderlands 3, and they actually executed them. It took them a couple attempts, and, you know, a bit of stumbling to get there, but they got there. That's what matters. I don't really want to farm a weapon right now, but I just feel like I have to. So we're in the stumbling phase. We are definitely in the stumbling phase. I mean, we keep buffing things that are strong. Ooh. Elmer. Well, it does damage, but that's kind of a problem. I'll get my action skill back. Ooh, hi, Cal. I would have thought I had pierced that. Oops. Just go on Twitter and tell them how to fix the game. I've done a couple of long Twitter rants. Not sure I wish to do any more. What skills should you look out for on Furnace? If you're wanting to use Furnace to make your action skills do good damage, you're going to want Raging Inferno. And if you're using a Furnace to do Dragon's Breath shenanigans, then you're going to want Dragon's Breath, believe it or not. That second one might come as a surprise. On reviewing, we noticed the bod should have been doing Ordnance. Ordnance bod opens doors you wouldn't even know existed. Let's keep it that way. Let's keep the door closed. Nah. Pyro Burst Spam Zane. Now that right there. Pyro Burst Spam Zane. That was a wild ride. Mind what Pyro Burst is? Complex root in a can. It was kind of like the fireworks grenade that they added in one of the vault cards. And if you had multiple sources of splash radius, it would just go crazy and hit the entire map. And only Zane could reliably use it because self-damage immunity. Fucking rad is what it was. That's still a thing? That I need one fade, one order troop. There we go. A sturdy wall to hide behind immediately after firing. I remember making a Mose that used the elemental resist after slamming effect and a couple of other passives to reach 100% fire resist. So I could slam I could slam and then use the root for a few seconds. Fun times. Sliding, static charge. Well, you didn't slide with it, so yes, you would use the snowshoe, which was on slide. You did a Nova. But you didn't do it by sliding, you did it by static charge. Oh, spark plug. You did it by spark plug. Spark plug was an on-slam effect that counted as a slide effect. God, Bale 3 ruled. It so did. It so did. Just looking. You should call her. You just found a shooting, homing replicator inscriber? Yeah, that's one of the... That's like a weird part that it can roll. You missed the free radical. What an affront that weapon was. I did enjoy using it. Movement in BL4 is nice. Movement in BL4 is nice, yes. So, rotated. Light show. What would they do to the free radical if they brought it to 4? They would remove the charge. They would remove its special effect. They would make the bullets travel really slowly. They would make it burst fire. And they would gut the damage. Oh shit, they already did that to plasma coil. As much as the Guardian Angel was stupidly broken, you did enjoy how much garbage stuff. The Guardian Angel gets a lot of hate, and it's very forced in my mind. Because you say it was stupid broken, right? But the Guardian Angel released not just at the end of the game's life cycle. At the end of the game's life cycle. It was released a couple months after the final DLC came out for that game. No more changes were going through. So you can say, oh, it's a lazy way to make things usable, but like, okay, they're not going to go through and rebalance 50% of the game at this stage. So the Guardian Angel was a very quick fix to allow you to basically look at anything and go, yeah, I can make a build around that. Okay, yeah, it's a catch-all use of the gun slot, but a build is much more than what the gun slot is. You know, you've still got all your other utility, and funnily enough, when you're using a non-gun build, you don't really care about what goes in your hand, because you're not really using it. So the point of a non-gun build is you're not using guns. So it didn't matter that you had the same gun in your hand for every single one of them. And another thing the Guardian Angel was good for was that it wasn't reductive. Like the Revolter comes out, it replaced shields. Other shields became no reason to use the other shields because the Revolter was a straight upgrade. That didn't really happen with the Guardian Angel because what was it replacing? Wyvern? Nobody cares about the Wyvern. Sorry. All it did was just add. It just added the ability to actually do cool things. So yeah, Guardian Angel, whilst you can say it was boring, literally better than nothing. And now we have a game where you can make builds with spike shields, nova shields, reflect shields, ground slamming, action skills, a wider variety of grenades. Like, you've got good stuff there. Every hot slugger is the same? Yes. Unforgiven, I did consider that. But the thing with Unforgiven is you have to hit crits for it to take its effect. And a lot of things just didn't really hit crits. So whilst, yeah, Guardian Angel did replace Unforgiven for some things, there was a whole lot more that the Unforgiven wasn't benefiting anyway. It costs like 2k more through some variation. That variation is literally value. For some reason in this video game, weapons have a part that is value. So there isn't a part that's making it cost different. It's different because it costs different. That's literally the difference, is the price. Guardian Angel bad, but Rapier good was because it was in BL2. Don't forget about Lady Fist and Fibber before Lady Fist was buffed. What the fuck happened here? You know what, guys? You figure that one out. I'm not paid enough. Like, you guys figure that one out. Did my game crash? No. Grognozzle good because BL2 good? Well, during BL2's lifespan, Grognozzle was not a popular item. Popular in terms of use, yes, but nobody liked the thing. We complained about Grognozzle just as much as we complain about other OP things like Revolta. Hey, a roach! I'll take the 8k double amp shield. How do I just replace that? Just use an amp shield. Can't remember if this one works or not. I don't think it does. Raniki, you're looking for stickies, and what else? Are you looking for stickies? I mean, okay, yeah, sure, a sticky anarchy would be broken. So if you want it as a bossing weapon, sure, go for it. In which case, nothing else. Just stickies and damage. You could go for the proximity mine, under barrel. That's good, but again, optional. Because they don't get stickies, that's just a completely separate thing. If you want to use Anarchy in mobbing, then you want Torg Impact. And then, I really like either SMG swap or pistol swap for the accuracy. Sniper swap works too, actually. Just a swap for the accuracy. Imagine AC May with stickies. Can blue and purple shield drop triple amp? Purples can, blues cannot. Blues cap out at 2 parts, so 100% for a blue. But a purple can roll triple, yeah. I will find an angle that works. I love XP farming. Now, normally I do the UVH missions at this stage, but I kind of want to do it the other way around this time. So that is on me. We go for higher sticky damage percent or lower high or higher DPS in the chaos, and really hope I'm not annoying. You're not annoying. In terms of which chaos is best, it kind of like depends on the stats themselves between the two, like how different the DPSs are and whatnot. Are you going to be using infinite ammo or not? Is the big question, I guess. Because if yes, just use the sticky percentage one, but in the end it doesn't really matter. You can pick either and the difference will be small. Because, like, the one with the higher percentage might end up having less fire rate. Which would be bad. Placeholder until you get a good dart base for the Vex build. You have two of them. One is assuming it was 5k with 4%. This fire is actually high. Yeah, use the one with the highest. Ooh, you're doing Vex though. Vex can have too much fire rate. And you end up struggling to maintain it with Witchy. I'd say at this stage it doesn't matter. Me personally, if my enhancement didn't have mag size on it, I would use the 6.7k DPS with 2%. And if my enhancement did have mag size on it, I would use the 4%. That would be me personally. But yeah, the best thing you can do is just use them and see if you can maintain the mag. Or not. That would be the best thing you could do. Because Vex is a little bit awkward. Yeah, Chef, that's kind of how I have it set up as well. When I, actually used Chaosin. Count Hasburg of the Lip. What a name. Meet Torg Stickies. Fucking dead. Simplifier, the mags to percentage will be the same no matter what, because the listed sticky mult is a function of the mag size. There isn't much variance in a Chaosin's mag size, so they will be the same. The rest of the rolls are likely to be different, but... like, a 4% sticky will always be 25 mag. It's the same part. And also remember that the actual percentage will be a lot higher because, yay, functional video game. With the Rat Kit one, a game that came out in 2005, still long stuff behind multiplayer, I was shocked to see that that didn't work with, like, clones and stuff. Like, I couldn't heal my Spectres with a Rep Kit. And that just felt, hey, I've got a Rep Kit here that heals allies. Cool, I can use it to heal my Spectres. Oh. Wish Chaosin was more fun to use in mobbing? Yeah. Yeah, they kind of butchered the Chaosin. I talked about this on Discord. So many of the returning weapons were just butchered because they tried recreating them with the licensed part system, and it just ruined the guns. Like Chaosin butchered, Flank kinda butchered. Rowan's charge was an absolute crime. Somebody mentioned Queen's Rest being Queen's Call. Now, you could say that that is a bit of a stretch, but I see the vision, and that is so much of a butchering, it didn't even click as a possibility in my head until it was pointed out. Like, wait. That's terrifying that that could be a possibility. I did the glitch by accident, I promise. Does Kill Spring heal specters? I've not tested. I would imagine no. Refraction was functional. Yeah, 3 Kosen just felt amazing to use. Yeah, it really did. Do you remember when they nerfed the accuracy of Kosen? And then they accidentally broke the nerf. And were like, you know what? Just keep it that way. Crit nerfed. Trying to nerf Harrison, that was a choice. You have a 10k coil? Keep out of it, they might buff it. Wait, is that guy already in range? Oh my god, he is. How do you even buff the plasma coil? So you can roll it to 10k DPS. That's not bad. So we can work with that. We don't need to really address the DPS too much right at this second. Main thing, buff the projectile speed. Buff that projectile speed. Then, the weapon doesn't really do much, so yeah, give it a bit more dot damage. But I'd definitely say that projectile speed goes up. That'd be, like, the best thing to do initially. Make it usable and then see how it performs. Because right now, the fact that it can't even, like, apply its damage is not helping. And you can't really compare those two Simplifier because the plasma coil was balanced to be good for Mayhem 10. It wasn't a playthrough weapon. And yeah, we have a really good dot. We have a really good dot shotgun. And we have a dedicated dot sniper rifle as well. So why not a dot SMG? Make it coil. That's insane. Bullet train. But our new place, yeah, I was disappointed to see that most dot builds were like kind of one-shot weapons to do a big dot. I wanted a dot build that leveraged, you know, dot stacking since it's, you know, back. One of the you know, returning mechanics with Borderlands 4 that hasn't really been a thing for very long. For so long. And it's just not really utilized. It's mainly a limiter rather than a... What are you looking for in a Dart Beast? High card DPS, obviously. You'll want, for mobbing, Jacob's Ricochet. And for bossing, Ripper. You won't need both of them together, but it's nice if you do. And then as a bonus, especially on your Ripper one, Daedalus Shotgun Swap. So, Jacobs for mobbing, Ripper for bossing, and then an added bonus if you get a Daedalus Shotgun Swap. If you get one that's all three, you're set. To a point, having Ripper might make it awkward to use in mobbing. Triple dot duration would be a cool gimmick for the coil. I kind of disagree with that because the whole point of a rapid fire dot weapon is that you stack up dots and potentially reach the cap. To the point of an extended dot duration might not even do anything because you're going to hit the cap anyway. So there's a chance that you can't even like leverage that. Yeah, if Coil and Hellfire had their dots buffed, that would be nice. Personally, can't stand Ripper when mobbing. It flows much better with just Jacobs. Yeah, I mean, if you get lots of fire rate parts, it makes it better, but sometimes it's just too much, especially if you can't get all the fire rate parts. Like having Jacobs Ricochet will eat a fire rate part, so... Bing 46. After finish my story in your level, what do you do? Since you're level 150, I feel farming is unimportant. And you'd be right. So you've got a couple of options. You can do what I'm doing right now, and you're farming bounties to get your level up. Or you can start working on your UVHs. So on my recent Vex Challenge runs, I got to UVH 5 before even hitting level 50. And in fact, I could have just gone on to UVH 6 as well. Before hitting 50. And just whilst you do all of this, you'll be getting a lot of experience. Not as quickly, but at least you're doing something that you'll need to be doing anyway. So that would be like the more optimal method. Is to just start working up your UVHs. Yeah, your clearing of these might be a bit slower, but again, it beats farming a boss when you're not really going to keep the loot. Work bottom up. And you'll get a ton of XP doing this. There are some side missions that you will want to be done. So the gassy-ish, the gassy side mission by Lakeside Properties, that'll need to be done. Over in Carcadia, you'll have a quest called Enter the Electi. There's about 4 or 5 missions in that chain. That unlocks a mini-boss. There's another mission in Carcadia called Fault Hunting. That unlocks a mini-boss that drops loot to farm. Down here, south of Launchpad, there's 2 more missions that follow into each other that unlocks another boss to farm. There's a side mission up here in Terminus District. Gives you another boss to farm. So doing all of them whilst you're still below level 50 will just help optimize it a bit. Because they'll be giving you XP as you do them. And you're going to need to do them anyway if you want everything unlocked. Like everything important unlocked. So side missions while doing UVH levels? Yeah, the side missions I mentioned those ones specifically because they give you a mini-boss to farm. That, like, drops loot, that drops, you know, unique loot. So while you won't be farming them on the spot, you'll at least have the farm unlocked. There is as well the bounty pack, which is a little mission that can give you an XP worth of stuff, a level's worth of XP whilst you're going through. You can pick up that mission in any major hub. And if you've got the DLCs, as they release more of them, more sources of XP. The update that comes out on 26 is it's free as part of the paid bounty pack. So the update that comes alongside it that adds pearls, that is free. However, there is also a paid DLC at the same time. So there's a free update that'll do a bunch of shit and add a bunch of pearls to the base game. And then there is also a paid DLC that will have its own pearls. Which section of Kairos is my favorite? To play in, probably Dominion, just because it's like actually dense and you don't have to go very far between fights. But aesthetically and overall setting, Carcadia. Story based, like the story of Fadefields. Some of the paid content? Yeah, the first bit of paid content is at the end of this month, and we're getting the major DLC next month. You bought Deluxe. So that one comes with bounty packs, right? Yeah, you're getting your first paid bounty pack at the end of this month. You were supposed to have one in November, but they made it free for everybody. And they're doing a fifth at the end of the the planned. The first bit of content. As to kind of like make up for the fact that they made the first one free. And roots roll without an element. Officially, no. But during a period of time that I'm not entirely sure of the specific boundaries or if it's even, like, still a thing, you could get non-elemental Maliwan weapons from bubble bosses as a part of the reward box. So there's a chance the existence of a non-elemental route is a thing, but you won't be getting it from Mimicron. Expected a simpler answer. Remember who you're asking. Action skill multiplier. We have officially unlocked a fresh multiplier for our action skill. Look at us go. The British! In the major story packs will be $20? Oh, more than that, surely. Most games do 30 or 40. For big expansion packs. I don't know. We'll see. like ever with Borderlands, it'll probably be a bit of a waste to buy everything individually if you want it all. First Dark Beast is Jacob's Daedalus shotgun. Amazing. Is it possible to run the game on an RTX 2060? I have no idea. I would suggest you are probably pushing it, though. Now, I do have a friend who runs it on a 1080 Ti. I do not know how that compares to yours. But I wouldn't expect a smooth experience. Will not be good at all. Chrome runs it on a 1080 Ti, and he runs it at like 100 FPS with frame gem on, without stuttering. Like, he runs it okay, but again, everybody's PCs will be different. It's not just down to the card. It's like what you've actually got clogging up your PC, really. .1080 Ti's are stronger than a 2060, right? Yeah, I had a 1060 that I upgraded to a 1080 Ti that I got secondhand. Any thoughts on what the pearls will actually be? Nope. No idea. Who knows what they're gonna do? Who knows what goes on in that head of gearboxes? Because they haven't done pearls in so long and whatnot, there's nothing to really base it off of. You can't really make a prediction without it just being a random shot in the dark. So I haven't thought about it. Bring back older guns. Older guns is boring. Make new guns. New ideas. Original ideas. Harold? Harold has been meta for 2025, 13 years. Like, a weapon does not need to be meta for longer than 13 years. Like, give it a rest. Let it sleep. Using this just makes me miss phase cast. Phase cast is just the same, but faster and smoother. And more fluid. Any rolls to look out for on the potato launcher? Just go with the highest DPS that you find and then vault it in case they buff it. But otherwise, just don't even waste your time. And you can get Jacob's Ricochet on it. I'm doing gun aiming with the new class mod. I already did. It was aight, but I just didn't like how it felt. I did do a stream with that. I'm just not really enjoying gun aiming at the minute. I do want to put together a blue tree spec with the Primal Surge Disco Infernus Mockery. Stray Ring of Frostfire and Forge Master. Well, yeah, like, if I was gonna go bottom of blue for Disco, I'd probably do Disco and Ring of Frostfire stuff, and Stray is an idea. Lots of hits as well for Primal Surge. What would be the best way of proccing Primal Surge on that kind of loadout? Just elemental guns? I prefer using kinetic. Obviously you've got what's fit in her, but I'm not sure that would be consistent enough. Fire pot and a tail point. How dull. How would that even be consistent? This game needs to have less horny names like Slutty Throbbing Potato Thrower. Okay, but what about, like, the classic Ravaging Bang Stick? Or Double Penetrating Rod? Or Thick Rod? The games of old. Hey yo, calm down. Anyway, what's wrong with the word throbbing? That's just a nice casual word in the English language with a normal meaning. To throb. What gives my action skill back so fast? I've got two things working towards it. So there, you've got those chunks coming back. That is from field research. Every kill that my action skill is involved with, I get a chunk back once it ends. So this, either the action skill itself, or enemies entangled by the action skill dying. So I could just shoot them, a teammate could kill them. If the action skill entangled it, it will contribute to this towards this count. So that gives a chunk back. And then the rest of it, I'm getting back to my class mod. Ignore everything. The last sentence. Shooting enemies with an active status effect restores 5% of action skill cooldown. That's giving me the rest. Another 1% to my action skill. Stonks. Be free. Do I know if booming business works on Rafa? No. As in, I do not know. That's not. Green Tree Rafa is not something I've mucked around with at all. It will have to get its own playthrough, kind of like this one, because I hadn't mucked around with Red Tree Harlowe at all. So the potential 100% crit damage you can get with a knife, does it... Are you mistaking it for... It's crit chance, it's not crit damage. But in general, your question, does it work like you think it does? Outside of it being chance instead of damage, yes. Most things crit damage related now just kind of work as you would hope. Does precision engineering have a requirement? Nope. What a skill. My gun is really falling behind. All these guns are just better than mine. Oh dear. Not really using mine for damage at this point, but... I'm not sure if I'll farm once I've hit 50, or I'll just, like, transfer stuff. That I already have. Back to Moxie. Moxie doesn't give this gun. I think you're thinking of the cold shoulder. Why does it look like the one that she does? Because... Because... Hooray for reused gun skins. Looks like it. Yeah, it does. Despite that one being Torg and this one being Vladov. Same color, similar skin. And funky looking barrel. Like the cold shoulder has got two barrels side by side. This has got two barrels side by side. So even though they're different manufacturers, they do actually look the same. Very different special effects, like. Who's gonna be our big encore boss tomorrow then? Who are we thinking? I'll say it every week. I predict Horus. I'll be right eventually. Trailer for the new DLC, Stone Demon? I hope so as well. I'm really curious if it'll have original enemies or not. The devs are supposed to release a trailer. That one is more on 2K, I would believe. The devs make the game. The publisher market it. That's their job. The Dominion District the fastest for bounty for XP leveling? Yes. The very first safe house in the game as well, in Fayfields is also very good. A lot more vehicle combat on that one though. $2K left and with $12 for the marketing budget. Is that what a blue check mark on Twitter costs now? Oh my lord. 500,012 since the whole New Vegas and the globe thing. You do know that the real city is not called New Vegas, it's called Las Vegas. And it's only called New Vegas in the video game. You're from Poland? Alright, you're never allowed to make fun of an American for not knowing European geography ever again. License is revoked. Still think you should do a Worn Life with without my most criticized items, no underbarrels, no amp, no stickies, no Teen Witch. Can I use a different character? Let's see, out of all of them, I'll just do Eamon. When is cash coming out? Next month. Fucking Thrasher. No! Why? Hey Stone, how you doing? Hello, hello. Gooning on your birthday? Is there a better day? Level 49. Two weeks between paid DLC would be insane. Why did they give basic enemies immunity phases? Did we not complain enough about this in Borderlands 3? Be free! Oh, I missed. Whoop. Be free! Still there. I can still see it. Ah, it's gone. Does that work? Yeah, you won't be using it on the barrel shotgun, but it'll be, like, fine. It'll be fine for now. Right. With that, I am going to call it there. We are one level away from level 50, but I am very hungry. My stomach has started eating my liver. So I must go and feed it. Tomorrow will be reset day. I wouldn't expect much. It is the week before a DLC. Bro, it's 10 PM. I am very aware. It's when I end my stream every day. Tomorrow will be minor update, so we'll farm the new shinies that are available if I don't already have them, since, you know, I'm running out of shinies to farm. And then if we get it all, we can jump back onto with this character and get ready with some level 50 UVH X builds around neutron capture. So there's the current spec, which is, of course, as you may have predicted, will end at 3 out of 3 precision engineering, using Make Extraordinary for crit chance. We could also put extra points into practical applications and carry the 1 and gain access to all 3 capstones at all times. That is an option. Or we can meta slave and go with confirmative reality after momentum and neutron decay. So we have a couple of options. I would like to maintain action skill damage through my capstones and not just become neutron capture, but I'm sure neutron capture will have to be used when it comes to the higher UVH bosses. So we'll get a wombo combo. But with that, until then, thank you very much for watching. Have a wonderful rest of your evening. Stay safe, stay awesome. I'll catch you next time. Bye-bye.